Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome, everyone, to the Monday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be working on some Insignia dev. We're going to be working on Chapter 2 production, and I'm really excited to be jumping on that with you. I've been busy. I recorded a new video over the weekend, which is kind of like a take 2 of a previous video that I had already edited, but you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. I hope to upload that tonight. Also, just been, doing my best. Production's hard. Setting work for 6 different people it's taxing. Nonetheless, I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here on stream already. Kirill is here, welcome. And on YouTube, Davidal is here, welcome. All right, I don't want to waste any time. I'm going to get straight into it. I want to thank Free36863 for the most recent follow and Sponge for the most recent subscription. 252 subs right now. We're killing it. We're killing it, chat. So, what have I been doing? Well, this morning, I've been organizing our enemy index. So this was a page that, I mean, it was busier than it is now, but it's still pretty busy. Enemy design aspects, right? Things that we need to do. These are just like kinds of enemy encounters that I'd like to create. And then the current enemies in the game and their production process, where they're at. Future enemies planned for the chapters. And then these are also like work in progress enemy concepts. So lots happening there. We'll be working on an enemy with Luca a little bit later today. We've got team meetings coming up in half an hour, 25 minutes. I've also been working on cutscenes. This is kind of a little bit spoiler territory, but you know, it is what it is. You want to have a look? I just want to see if this works. Will that stay? I don't believe that did stay. I think that reset. Okay, that's a shame. I think actually though we can do lighting. And then have I got night? I do have night. And I suppose we could do this. But that doesn't... How does that work? That just has the conditions. That doesn't work. Okay. Anyway. Check it out. So Armin will have made his way in here and like gone to sleep. And then there will have been a dream sequence, and then it'll cut to this a bit later. Pretty cool, huh? I really like it. It's a nice start to the scene. we're not done yet in terms of the graphics or the direction or anything like that. But I think it's cool to have a setting like this in the game. So definitely coming together. All right, we are going to what do we want to do? Right now, I need to make sure everybody has work before I start, before we get to the team meetings. So, my chief concern right now is Elias and Morgan P. So today's just show and tell, but Morgan P does need to have work delegated to her. In terms of chapter 2 animations, like if we go to the production page and we go animation schedule, I mean, she's really getting through them. I don't think that there's another Armin animation that we're missing right now that I can think of. I think we're okay. My concern here is about bunching. Right now, I think we got to really focus on enemies. I've already got Morgan sort of jumping ahead to stuff that she really shouldn't be. So I think like my focus this week needs to be on enemy encounters. Maybe we work on like 2 additional enemy encounters at the same time, me and Luca. So there's that. Let's think. There are the children. Hey, Kirill. Thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I guess we just dive into these characters. I know there was something else we could do with Armin. Oh, my brain is just not, it's just not catching it. But Ashley and Gwyneth, these are characters that, oh, they're so barely in chapter 2 right now. Maybe Jowl would be a better shout for now. He's more important, but Luca can't, man, it's tough. I think it's got to be Jowl. It's unfortunate, but yeah. We'll put Ashley and Gwyneth on the back burner. I also need, like, oh man. We're getting pretty deep into chapter 2 now. We're getting into the story that I haven't super duper validated with gameplay. And that's the worst place to be. But I don't think I can turn around. Oh, thank you so much, Elstro. I don't think I can turn around a whole chapter's worth of validated gameplay to then put cutscenes behind within a week. I can't do that. So we're just going to have to go and idle for Jowl for now. I know Morgan's been working on Armin's walk animation. Dude. Yeah, this is on me. It's really tough. We need to dedicate, like... I need like some sort of matrix that lets me describe what's in the way of certain things being able to be done. Like, I know this character's going to be in here. I have dialogue for him. I have a whole quest you can do with him, but it's not currently playable in the game. So I need to like assign the space where you'd see him, and ideally it would be the scene as well. Like if there's going to be a moment where he's like climbing a ladder or something, and it's like, okay, where is the ladder? How is it? Where does it face? In order to draw him on the ladder, you know what I mean? And then short of doing that, I mean, I might as well not animate him anymore. Like, he's already got an idle, and that's about all you need for just blocking stuff out. So instead, this is more of a question of like, okay, can we do something that's like, what's the most valuable thing I can give to Morgan that reflects gameplay? It would be enemy designs. And enemy designs are, it's hard to assign them because we're still working on them. So tough, super tough. And I don't want to approve enemy designs that we haven't validated for the sake of animating them just to get her to do work. That's not right either. So at the moment, I think it has to be like enemy week here on the team. I think we have to work on enemy encounters. Or otherwise, I need to start thinking about cosmetic scenes that don't relate to anything else. So let's start thinking about the exact workload that we can assign to the team. So going to the production document, going to the team schedule. So Morgan Peak was working on Armin Shake Fist and Armin Walk. We need 2 more. Luca will be working on enemy designs. He's just come back from holiday. Morgan R, we're just going to keep going with music schedule. We've got review, the ambience. We're working on Cheverton Town. Cheverton theme, which has got interiors, town square, side street. Elias has been working on demo related stuff. He's done a great job of that, but also we need him to work on more enemy sounds. We can move on to chapter 3, environments. But we also need like interactive level elements, including the vine, and moving terrain, moving platforms. Even acid would be good. This is like the last thing we would do. So it's the links, and this is the Hagen, the mole, we have the slam shell, And we have, hey, Ocelot. And we have the gecko coming in. Also, we're going to work on Kerr and Rekka. Also have sounds. So actually, there's plenty of sound effects to do for chapter 2. I just need to like force myself into setting up the content for that. It's so hard, chat. It's like, it's so difficult. Because emotionally, like I would want to spend weeks on this stuff, but I know that I don't need to spend weeks. I just want to spend weeks. Okay. Good. Good. So, theme of the week. Chapter 2 encounters. Oh boy. And then I think what I want to do is I need to lay out my week a little bit. This is no longer very relevant to how like I want to work, because we got to be in like full production mode here. So today it's kind of got to be like this actually. I mean, maybe we could do some demo stuff tomorrow morning. That's so tough. Tuesday meetings. Yeah, I mean, I'll swap you one of these for one of these, but I want to do them in chunks. So like maybe, I mean, this week it kind of has to be this. Sorry, not yes, and then this goes here and here. Like Tuesday we'll do demo stuff maybe, and then Thursday can't be any demo stuff pretty much. Am I going to work on merch after dinner? No, I think I have to work on something else. It's not really Mordoria, but I know what it means. All right, it's 1:50, which means we're here. We are streaming already. We had lunch back here. Okay. Hey, Drygen Gaming. I'm working on production planning for my game Insignia, which we've been working on for quite some time. But recently did a demo launch. Been doing a lot of fixes. Is Museum done and dusted? Not yet, because there's a new scope of work for that that's coming up in the next couple of weeks. That's going to be relating to pushing it to online, and a bug fix or two that's going to go into the museum, but I've already worked on that. They need to do some work installing it. Yeah, I'm doing some more work with TJ and Prime soon. Not a major thing, just something small. Online, yeah, you can access the demo here. Oh, you mean the archaeology project? Yeah, you will be able to play it. Yeah, I think so. I think it's just a link. I don't think that the link has like a specific, it's not like locked out if you're not, from Australia or whatever. Dude, I feel like I lost a bunch of progress and I don't know what happened. Alrighty. That'd be nice. Okay. So gonna have to start getting a little bit brutal with this. What the heck? Oh my gosh. Insignia, in details, maps, graph. Okay. So demo progress, I guess a quick update on that. Well, we could probably save that actually for the show and tell to coming up in the next 5 minutes. The alpha test has had a lot of so much participation. Holy moly. People have been really playing the game. This is all in the last 5 days. From here, all the way up. That's all feedback. Whew. Open tasks are still a lot. This is all the open tasks. Yeah. So I can't, unfortunately, I can't spend this week working on this stuff. I literally can't. And there's at least a week on it, and I can't do it. So I think what I can do is maybe just highlight the priority tasks, and then I guess I think I just need to send this on to. Can I delegate it? I'm the only developer on the project who I think should be dealing with some of this stuff. I can delegate some of the audio tasks to Elias, but not really much beyond that. You know, maybe Luca could do this one in particular, but a lot of it is like stuff I built that is most easy to fix if I fix it, you know? Anyway. Okay. So I'm going to set up a new team meeting. Believe. I'm glad you believe. It's been crazy. I've been so busy. It's been a lot. It's good stuff. It's good busy, but it's like my poor neck, my neck and shoulders, this part here is so tight that like every 10 minutes I have to like stretch it out because I'm just doing this. I'm like white knuckling it all day. Hello.
Hello.
Hey. How's it going, Luca?
Yeah, doing all right. How
That's
about
good.
yourself?
Yeah, I mean, I've probably heard just now. Been busy,
Yeah,
all good stuff, but you know, getting through it.
that's good. Well, happy to get back into it and help out
Yeah,
where I can.
we're going to be doing a lot of enemy stuff this week.
Yeah, nice. Yeah.
Mm. Hey. Hello.
Oh.
Hi.
Hey.
Hello.
How's everyone doing?
Good.
It's good.
All right. I'm sick today, so
Sorry, I think you just cut out.
I'm a bit sick today.
Oh, sorry to hear that. It's been going
I'm
around,
all
hasn't
right.
it?
Yeah.
Mm,
Yeah.
that's okay. Take it easy. The weather has been ridiculous, has it not?
Yeah.
Oh,
Very
yeah.
bipolar.
Yeah, it went from we had a 45 degrees Celsius day here in Sydney on Saturday, and now like outside right now it's like jumper weather, like 2 layers. It's like 18 degrees. Crazy. All right, everyone. I'm going to record this meeting if everyone's all right with that, and I will bid everybody a welcome to stand up. Okay. Hey, and welcome. So we are now officially, we have, what do they call it? A quorum? Everyone's back from, from 2025 break. So congratulations, we're all back. Most of us got started last week. Luca's joining us this week. And I guess not everyone will have then show and tell to do, and perfectly fine if you don't. But I'm going to lead with just what I've been doing and what I'm planning to do this week. So last week we launched a new version of the alpha demo and have had like a ton of feedback on it, which is really good engagement. So there's like, I don't know, like 100 threads open of people giving feedback in the Discord, which is great. Um, I I did spend all of last week adding, like doing updates and fixes, but I think this week we're going to have to spend a lot more focus on chapter 2 again, because I think we're getting to that point where making sure that we're making production progress is more important in the immediate short term than getting feedback on chapter 1. The long and short of it, though, is that chapter 1 I think was received quite well overall. I think people really like the changes that have been made since the last demo in terms of adding the map and rearranging some of the story content. A lot of the direction of where the game is going, I think, is nice. And most of the critical feedback has to do with, outside of bugs, um, the game now having a higher ceiling for things like the combat being a bit deeper,
Mm.
and the quests being, having just more. Um, I think people got quite invested in the item economy of it, of like, I'm getting these recipes and what am I doing with them? And, being able to keep the player's attention and having a longer thread and then like satisfying that is, I don't think we were there last chapter. I don't even think we were able to keep the threads. So now that it's like people's attention is being captured, and it's just up to us now to make sure that the content is there and is challenging the player, which is great. I mean, that's exactly where we want to be. So I'm very satisfied with that. I will continue to be updating the demo in you know, what's the word, regularly, but not as regularly as as chapter 2 because I think if I put any more time into it, you guys will not have work to do. So
Yeah.
focus on this week for me is definitely to work on enemies and levels for chapter 2 so that I can provide a bit more scope for animation and sound effects. Okay, so one other thing, I guess, in terms of showing and telling is we're working on there have been some updates on our prospective environment art mini scope. So Tim, who might be joining us, has been working on some backgrounds for cutscenes, namely. So we've got this. In fact, I might just show you the entire thing. So he's been working on this sort of like
Ooh,
Oh,
chapel.
nice.
It's
Yeah.
all dilapidated.
that's cool.
And still early days, and there might be some changes. But what's been great about this is that I've been able to work it into the actual cutscenes quite quickly. And so this process of like, having it all be done, kind of like the asset driving the direction and the back and forth there has been really cool. So yeah, this is like just a bit of a work in progress on that. Yeah, I'm really happy about kind of where this is going, and it's a process that I think, yeah, the more we can do more like stuff that feels like it's like this, the better. I'll skip kind of through this, but one kind of example here that I think is really good is, even as I'm looking at it, I'm sort of thinking, okay, I wanted Rekka here standing on something looking out, and there's kind of like, there's the top of the gutter here, and then there's this platform. And when she was on the platform, it was kind of like too close to Kerr, and so he was sort of like popping into the scene. So it was like, okay, maybe she should be up higher, and that then is going to inform the design of this a little bit more. So having that back and forth is awesome, and yeah, my focus is on trying to make that process as feasible as a whole production strategy as possible. All right, I'm going to stop yapping, and I'm going to press this button here and pass on to. Well, normally, what do? We normally go to HJKL Luca. So, Luca, why don't you tell us about how your holiday has been? And yeah.
Oh yeah. Holiday was pretty good. Went down to Jervis Bay, kind
Nice.
of near Nowra. Yeah, a lot of swimming, a lot of bushwalking. A bit of a bummer, my paddleboard burst, so I got to try to get that fixed.
It burst.
Oh, no.
Yeah. I don't know if it was a defect, like,
Damn.
but scared the crap out of everyone. It just popped like a massive balloon.
Oh.
Yeah, a bit of a bummer, but yeah, I'm optimistic I'll be able to fix it. So I'll
Sweet.
attempt that soon.
Is it inflatable? Is that?
Yeah, it's an inflatable one,
Right,
so
yeah.
it's not. I mean, it was only a few $100s, nothing crazy.
Oh, still.
Yeah, because I did enjoy that, using that. Yeah, and I'm back. Yeah, Saturday was quite hot over there. But yeah, good to be back in the cold weather. Yeah, happy to get stuck into it, back into Insignia, and spending time with you all.
We'll
Yeah.
be doing a lot of enemy work this week. I might actually add another one into the mix so that we've got a couple, 2 or 3 happening at the same time, so that we're not being too precious on one.
Yeah.
Sweet. Well, we'll be catching up on that right after this.
Yeah. Did you want me to talk about the enemy at all? Or?
We'll get to it after. Unless,
Yeah, sure.
Well, yeah, we'll get to it.
Yeah. All right, no worries.
Cool. So then, going down the list that I see here, I've got Morgan Composer.
Yeah, so sorry, my voice is a bit funky today. Yeah, so I don't really have much new to show from our catch up on Thursday afternoon.
Yep.
I don't know. I should show that to the team if people are curious. But yeah, just working on the variations as we discussed for the town square and the festival versions. And yeah, I saw you added to the Figma the brief for the ambient sort of tension track, so
Yep.
I'll be working on that as well.
Sweet. Are you? I guess we could talk about it tomorrow, but we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Okay.
Cool. Okay, and then Elias.
Yeah, I've just been doing a bunch of odd jobs this week around the demo, mostly bug fixes and the like. Yeah, so I don't know if there's much exciting to show there. It's just stuff that works that wasn't working before.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
Cool.
that's what I'm up to.
Awesome. I will have a bunch of stuff for you to do this week, I think. I sort of dug a little bit, and part of the the pressure back to chapter 2 now that the demo is out of the way is making sure that there's a lot of content that was there from, say, 2018 to 2020, maybe even 2022, that will still be in the chapter, that I kind of just shook the dust off, and now I'm going to make sure that we can actually incorporate it back into the sort of game pipeline, and there is a bunch of sound effects that can go with that stuff, including new enemies. So yeah,
Sweet,
cool,
exciting.
yeah. And Morgan P.
What's up?
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, not bad. I've just been working on the Armin animations you gave me.
Yep.
So, mostly his walk, because the plan currently is to just kind of retrofit the original one, just like fix the palette and his proportions and stuff.
Yep.
And then tidy that up and see where we get with that. I moved his foot for the fist shake animation, but I still want to do more of the like secondary stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I'm at.
Okay, I've got some additional stuff that I can
Cool.
have you work on this week. I don't know if you would prefer to have that set now or after you get through these two, but I suppose we can talk about it right after this.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be good to know anyway, just to sort of ruminate on.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, thanks everyone. I'll catch up with you all in respective meetings either right now or tomorrow morning for work for the week. And I hope you all have a good start to your week.
Thanks, Adam.
See you guys.
Thanks everyone.
See ya.
Yeah.
Hi.
Cool. So, I will now. Sorry, just so that everyone, I just made this very difficult. I'll make a new one for animation catch up. Just because Google is recording notes, meeting notes for us. One sec. Okay. And we're back.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
How you doing? I immediately forgot and also realized that it would be a good idea to split it out into a separate meeting. So
Yeah, that's fine.
saved.
Morgan and I were just wondering what's happening for a sec. It's cool.
Yeah, I would say it was intentional, and it should have been, but yeah. Hey.
Yeah, makes sense.
Cool. Okay. So, welcome you two. So I guess we'll go through Morgan really quickly, your stuff, and then Luke and I could probably just stay on. I might not record the meeting after we've like done the meeting stuff if we're going to do like the paired programmer thing for a bit. But yeah, we'll start with Morgan whip stuff. Did you have anything that you wanted to like? Did you want eyes on the walk animation or the fist shake?
Yeah, I mean, I've just got my works in progress that I'll send you.
Mhm.
I definitely think the walk needs more frames, but I'll have a look a bit later where I need to add those, I think.
Yeah, it's a tough one because if with pixel art you can't really retime, you know,
Yeah.
anything subtly. So adding a frame is going to make it slower in any particular. It's going to drag, you know, any particular moment.
Or I can change the rate.
Yeah, we could change the frame rate too. But I'm saying like if you were to add 1 or 2 frames, like where in the cycle would you add them? You know, without
Yeah.
having to reshuffle everything else to match it out.
Yeah.
I think. I mean, for me, I don't mind. What is it? 8 frames right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Yeah,
6, 7, 8.
yeah.
Yeah. So I don't mind it being 8. I'll probably play it a bit faster than this anyway.
Okay.
But my big concern was mostly to do with I'd like for his posture to be more open towards the camera. Right now,
Yeah,
he was well, previously he was very closed.
he
So
was. Yeah,
that,
that's
yeah.
on the list.
Yeah, so that will probably also mean that the crossover on the legs will be less so.
Mhm.
And the leg facing us will go back a little bit further than the one further away from us when it goes back. And the one further away will go a little bit more far forward. Also just, yeah, making sure his shoulders are kind of like, the newer shoulders are a little lower than the original ones.
Yeah.
But other than that, and just making sure that like his posture is like, not posture, his like, yeah, his proportions, I guess, have gotten a
Yeah.
little bit stockier. So yeah, I mean,
He's
you're on the path.
thin.
He's so
It's
skinny.
so wild
Yeah.
putting them next to each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've almost touched nothing at this point. I've like brought his like coat down so it rests in the same spot, but that's more or less the only thing I've touched other than the palette and the head.
Yeah.
At this stage.
Okay. Yeah, we may even do his head tilted a little bit more further forward.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've got frames for that. And then
Yeah.
on the fist shake,
His
yeah,
run animation just for angle stuff.
Yep. Sweet. And then on the fist shake, it's looking good. But yeah, same feedback as last time. Just a bit more secondary motion.
When does he do that in the game?
Right now there are moments where he has like his sword drawn against people, or he's just standing still. So there's a few times where I kind of want it to be less, his response to be like less violent than drawing his sword, or more expressive than just standing there. So like when Wilhelm fires the arrow past him,
Yeah.
Yeah, there's just some times where I just want him to just be upset, but not threatening violence.
Not threatening, yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I'd also love for us to do an Armin almost falling over wobble. Maybe I'll add that to the list. So for this week, Morgan, I had I did have some NPCs that I could put on the plate, but I actually would prefer not to do them right now. So I don't mind adding. I can pass you one more Armin animation, and then maybe we'll save these for next sprint.
Sure.
And then yeah, I think beyond this week, depending on how we go, I'd like to get both of you doing enemy animation, provided we can get them validated, like the roughs. That'd be great for the week after, because I feel like we're like, gosh, the NPC animations right now, you've been getting through them so quickly, and the cast of characters is not that big for chapter 2 that each of these, there's not like another one of this again beyond these two. So it's more like what I really want is for the additional NPCs where, they're a lot more, what's the word? Like Jowl has two scenes that he's in. And those two scenes, one of them is like his shop. And when he's in his shop, I prefer for his animation to be more contextual, like he's doing something in the shop. So that requires then for the locations to be more defined. And I'd love for us to get to that point in this chapter, maybe like 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now, where we're going back through the animations for NPCs, but we're putting them in specific situations rather than just drawing them in the canvas. That would be like peak production, like I don't know what the word is, efficiency or like fitness. If we can do that.
less ambiguous about where they're going to be. Yeah.
Because doing it this way, where we just do a bunch of idols and then do a bunch of animations, it's not bad, but it's not super. What's the word? Like refined. Like it feels like we just sort of, we're creating them as assets, and then just like using our own asset pack, in a way. Whereas if we do it, if we can get more contextual stuff in there, it'll feel more like it was bespoke. So, yeah.
Yeah, not so homogenized. Like, I guess, yeah, we'll get there.
Yeah. Close though. So, yeah, Morgan, I'll let you continue on these, and then I will pass on another animation probably by tomorrow morning.
Yeah, no worries.
Cool. All right. Maybe the day after. Hopefully not after Wednesday.
Okay, cool.
All right. And I can let you go now.
Alrighty. Should I stick around for anything or?
No, you're good.
All right.
All right, see you again.
Thanks, Morgan.
Good to catch up.
Cool. And then, okay, so you and me, Luca, let's chat. Alrighty. So, how do I get over to? So, let me just make sure I've got nothing here. And then over in design, you were working on an enemy for us.
Yeah, I did do a few updates. Well, it's kind of still in progress, especially with the stalk. I find that as I'm working on it, I'm kind of like accidentally reinventing things that you've already done, and then I eventually find that, oh, you've already done this, and then I try to implement what you've already created, if that makes sense.
Yeah, this is one of those things where it would be probably best for us to be in a little bit closer communication on that kind of thing, but also hard to know what needs to be communicated about. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like one of those things, you don't know that you don't know.
Yes.
Until you get to it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I hope this doesn't slow me down a bunch. Hang on. Hopefully this doesn't require. Last time there's a package change that happened recently that to do with scene graph. And last time I updated it, it went through like 6 different re-imports. I don't know what's going to happen. That's really annoying.
Hopefully not too long.
Hopefully not too long. I'm concerned about it, but we'll see. In any case, damn it, I really should have just... You know what? I got an idea. I think if I just... Well, no, I think I just kill it. And then make sure it's all changed over. And then it might... You know what? It might not work either way because the library might still need updating. Where did... Was there not a design push? Yeah. Can't I pull from Origin Design? In which case I probably need to kill it again. Sorry, Unity. Maybe we should just pull it in. You know what? I'm going to pull it into development
Okay.
because there's no reason for me to keep working on it separated. So let's merge it into development. That shouldn't take too long because it's just a couple things.
All right. Well, that one's kind of outdated now. I don't think the footsies works at all.
Is that right?
Yeah, on that one. But other than that, it should still do what it did before.
Do you want to push what's current on your side?
Let's see. I was just working on it before earlier today. Let me see if it at least it runs without errors. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I'll just push this. Okay. Is that all? Just the script? Yeah, I guess so. All right. So I've pushed that. It might look a bit weird because I've put the Hunden's stalks animations there just so I can see it working.
Yeah, sure.
But other than that, it should be okay.
Yeah, that's fine. So, yeah. So this meeting, I guess, what our goal is to, like, between now and the next milestone, what we want to do is try and validate the exact animations that we need. So, like, the stalk, like you just described, like a step forward and a step back, like a rewindable and fast forwardable walking animation would be one. And then specifically, like, I would say almost all of the attacks probably need a time or like more of a telegraph. So it would be good for us to start kind of kit bashing and, like, you know, shuffling the existing animation frames so that we can get to something that feels fun to play and then assign that as an animation scope to either yourself or Morgan.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good.
So I think we could do some of that together, and then I guess it would be, I want to find out whether or not it makes sense for us to either have there be like a handover from you back to me where I'm like, okay, now I'm in control of the, you know, links and behavior, and or what. I'm not sure which way to do it. Right now you've been doing, I think the way we've been doing it so far, where I kind of do some preliminary animations and then you do some preliminary state machine stuff and then get it to a playable state, has been working. But like you mentioned, if we're getting caught up with, you know, there being very niche behaviors that I've implemented but you don't know about, we could probably save time there, just syncing a little bit earlier. And then from here, I'm not sure. I really want to know, like, how we can get this process, like, get the air gaps out of it. So,
well, I can kind of describe where I'm at with it. Well, what I'm kind of, what's missing is, I guess, a lot of the stun behavior. Like at the moment, I think it's very hard or maybe impossible.
See,
what's happening there?
He's not playing anymore. Oh,
that's weird. That's, I don't know. That didn't happen for me. But anyway, I think it's not possible to actually juggle him. If even though I've got you know, different poise values in Retrobox.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Maybe let's look at that.
Okay. No worries. So I guess and this is not like a criticism, it's just like me appraising where we're at right now. So right now, let's see if we can. I think eventually he comes out of that state.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why he's doing that.
So right now, I would say the biggest problem that I have with him is his agency is way too high. Like the player can't like interact with this character. There's no like knowing what the right thing to do is or the wrong thing to do is. Part of that has to do with there being like that. I think before I was able to juggle him out of that. But we need just like more clear breakpoints. So, you know, especially that big forward dash he does, like that one needs such a longer startup on it, you know.
Yeah.
And it is really cool that we can make an enemy that moves this much. Like it's crazy that we can have him be so like mobile, but it needs to be like so much more grounded and toned down in terms of how that fight works. So it's not bad. Like I guess it's just like what's the word? Just iterations.
Yeah, that's right. It's very crude at the moment. It just needs a lot of adjustment. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So let's annotate some of the things we've just been talking about. So I've been working today back in the project. I've got this enemies page, and I've been updating it to just be a bit more organized and pretty. So we're here.
Oh, yeah.
And then I'm going to pass in a little, not proposals, to do. So maybe first we can just list down quickly. So we want like hurt frames. So this is like animation stuff. Animation. We need hurt frames. We need like better telegraphing. In terms of like states, currently for whatever reason having trouble launching. Is that what you would say? And then I'll let you say whatever else you want to add to that.
Well, with the combo behavior at the moment, there's no kind of he doesn't react based on whether he's hit or missed.
Yep.
Yep. So that kind of combo behavior is not.
Oh, I see. Yeah. So like,
at the moment he just kind of cycles through three different attacks.
Yeah. I guess like missing the player doesn't affect behavior.
Yeah, this stuff like from here, like if Armin blocked and
yeah, I guess a better way to describe it would be like blocked or missed attacks. So we're not rewarding the player for defensive play. Okay. Is there anything beyond the stuff you mentioned that like comes to mind that feels like it's creating friction?
Let me just look through this. Like I noticed there was another animation. I think it was called like second attack, and I'm not sure if the intent was to implement that with the anti-air upper slash. Yeah,
this from there.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. So the idea at first was for this to be more like stance based. So it would do like this, and then it would hold this, and then it would do this if you get close to it, which kind of resets it back to this. So it would just hold on like that if you jump over it, to like hit you in the air, and then either exit out of it as like a second hit of a combo, or if it missed you, it can stand here and just wait for a bit, and then just do that later.
Okay.
But this is all like, I think this is all very secondary. Like I wouldn't even really focus on the anti-air stuff for now.
Mm.
I think what's better for us to do at this moment is to start rationalizing it down just from like a play experience of like, okay, what is it right now? Is it fun? What's the nearest distance to fun would be my concern.
Mm.
And so I think we need to first start with like if we were to break that down, like first thing would be like engagement. So like, or like neutral. So this is kind of like, how does he move? What does an opening look like? What are his attacks in neutral? His options, I guess, would be the right way to put that. So, I mean, we already have like answers to most of this stuff. So we have like stalk, we have, I don't think, how does it work right now? Like,
So at the moment, he's got these hops. I forgot what I called them.
yeah, you've got like a forward dash and a back dash.
Yeah, that's right. So the way I imagined it, like he would just like if he wanted to make distance and then jump at you, he could do that. Yeah, shuffle is what I called them, like shuffle back. But he probably does that too frequently at the moment.
So, okay. So my first thought is that these two are very similar in how they work. They're both moves that are bi-directional and face the player. I imagine that if I wanted to make a differentiation, this could be like armed, and then this is like vulnerable. So the bigger movements probably should have less poise, is I guess what I'm trying to say. Such that if he's stalking and he's like walking in and out with his sword towards you and you attack him, that probably should trigger either him to counterattack or do something that doesn't immediately go into a hurt state. Whereas the bigger shuffles, that are really fast movements, I feel like the player should be able to interrupt those. Just because,
or if they have a long recovery as well when he reaches a destination.
Yes, yeah, there should be some penalty. So I agree. And then we don't really have, like in neutral, I don't think there's anything that the player can do right now to like make an in. So I think the way I would expect for this to work would be something like, I'd like for this fight to be very parry focused, like a fencing sort of thing. Is he gonna react? So, if it's do that back step is
yeah.
Yeah, I guess the big theme right now is like, when is it my turn?
Yeah, there should be more recovery on things, I guess.
Or even just like, what does it look like for it to be my turn? So like maybe like with the Marten, they've got those big telegraphed overhead swings. I think with this, like, we could make it a Simon Says fight where it has a down stab and it has an up thrust and it has a forward stab and it has a back step. And so you have to do the opposite of what it's doing. When it thrusts forward, you step back. When it attacks down, you attack up. That kind of thing. I actually like that as a teaching moment for the player. But and so you could always guarantee that you could open him up into a stun if you do the correct response.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because otherwise, I feel like right now with the sword forward like this stance means I am going to guard whatever you attack me with. That's what my brain sees it as. It's very like the Boulder Knights from Dark Souls. So it's hard for me to imagine, unless you attack from behind or above, it's hard for me to imagine this character going into their hurt state just if you just walk up and attack them while they look like this. Because he really looks like he's ready. You know?
Yeah, he deflect.
Yeah.
What? Yeah.
So, I mean, maybe, and this is something that I don't really have in the game right now, and I've been thinking about implementing it. So maybe today's the day. We don't have weapon clashing in the game at all right now.
Mm-hmm.
Every attack that hits a hurt box does damage, and when the enemy takes a hit, they either react or they by being hurt completely, or they don't react at all. But there might be some middle state of they react with a kind of a block, like a deflect. That's not a controlled deflect. It's more like a poise. It's like
a guard state of some sort.
It's kind of like this. I've been thinking about this a little bit, so there's a few layers to this, and please don't just bear with me. So
Yeah, sure.
Right now there are 2 health bars. There's the composure bar, and then there's the actual health bar. So the health bar goes down. And have you seen the composure stuff? Have I talked to you about that?
Is that related to the drops?
Yeah.
Whether they're going to
That's
an
right.
item? Yeah.
Yep. So right now I've been having a bit of concern with this in that they feel like 2 separate things, where this is going up and this is going down, and the relationship between the 2 is not obvious. Like you can kill an enemy without making its stun bar go up, and you can stun an enemy without doing much damage. So I don't have an answer to this, but I've been considering the possibility of maybe having this be more like overhealth, where it's sort of you can sort of like they might take reduced damage while this is empty, or
Oh, yeah,
until
like
this
a
is full.
shield. Oh, that sounds so familiar. What game does that? Where when they have that shield health on,
Yeah.
they have a lot more poise,
Yes.
and then when you actually damage their health is when they're a lot more vulnerable.
That's right.
And they can recover that shield health.
That's right.
Geez, I can't think of the game. There was something like that. Anyway, but
Yeah.
yeah, that sounds.
So I'm not saying that should be the rule, but the what this would kind of solve for this interaction is when you have the Lengtsen and he's standing here like this, and you attack him deflecting an attack from you should do something to this bar. And so you're kind of like making progress. You might not be hurting him right now, maybe not much. You might hurt him a little bit, but you're doing something towards you're moving the fight towards a different state, and that's positive progress. So maybe like maybe that's something that we can do. And in general, like it's the same with like right now the Marten. If you like attack them and they attack you, like the hitboxes don't trade right now. Like red, like attack boxes don't interact with attack boxes.
Yeah.
But maybe they could. Maybe there's something there.
Clash. Yeah.
And I think I suppose the reason why I'm bringing all this up is that the player feedback from the demo is that like, oh, I can just mash the attack button.
Yeah.
And so my thought is, well, if we have these directional attacks, we want to reward the player for doing them, but we also want to be able to punish the player for doing the wrong attack or like resist giving the player positive feedback when they're doing the wrong thing. So if the player is spamming the attack button on an enemy that's defensive or guarding or something, maybe they just don't do much damage. You know, maybe it's like, or maybe the enemy has like a counter stance or something where
Mm.
attacking them hurts them. And so the idea here would be that the hurt boxes might be able to react, or just not the hitboxes, but the hurt box. Either way, some box on the enemy should be able to say, hey, what was I hit by, and how do I want to react to that? And it's not just a matter of did I get hit by so much damage that I should be losing my poise, or not a lot of damage. Like right now, it's just about how much poise. We're not really doing like directional processing.
Mm.
But I think with this kind of enemy, we might. There's also like a layer to this where I don't want it to be about. I don't want it to always be about who hits first. Right now, like if you're fighting against, say, the Hunden or something, you can kind of just be super aggressive, and the only thing that the Hunden can do to stop you is be doing an attack that has super armor.
Yeah.
But as soon as you break them, you know, you can kind of just, well, that's not. People were saying that it was too easy. I suppose the reality is we're still doing full damage.
Yeah. Maybe it should be a lot less. But I was also thinking if there is like a clash against maybe the links, they could maybe stagger you if you maybe try to attack again immediately after. So that's, you won't lose health, but you'll be at a disadvantage, I guess.
Oh, there was one more layer to this, which is that right now, like a lot of the enemies in the game, like the Marten, for example, you kind of the vulnerable state is too binary. So like if you attack them, there's nothing that they can do to not be attacked. And we've talked about before having like a counter, like a combo breaker. I think we can that's still on the table for sure. But there's probably something else there we could talk about, which is something to do with like this poise thing of what if like the Martens, the first time you hit them, they do sort of like a it's not like a full flinch, but it's like a half, you know what I mean? It's like they're responding and they took less damage because they like just deflected the weapon, but now they're on the back foot kind of thing. And then the next hit or the next two hits, you know, break them. So I guess that's what I'm trying to think about is like this defensive spectrum rather than just binary.
Yeah, and just getting stun locked. I mean, also, I think it's okay to have like just like a easy enemy. Maybe there's
certainly.
like
the Marten can. I'm thinking for the future.
Yeah, there should be some kind of like air recovery as well on some enemies. Like,
oh yes,
if you've hit them, I don't know, 3 times already, they could recover out of it somehow and roll away.
And it's our goal here is also to solve this with the fewest number of unique animations per enemy possible, because that means we'll be able to do more with less. We could very easily get ourselves into a trap where we're designing one enemy that's got like 50 animations, and maybe some can, you know, 1 or 2 per chapter can be like these deep combat encounters. I think players want that. That's what I was saying before during the stand-up is I think we've successfully created a combat platform where players understand that, oh, I can do directional attacks and I can do these ensign abilities. Now I want to be rewarded for doing them right, you know, rather than I don't want to be rewarded for just wailing. A number of people said that. So we've we've got the space now offensively to do lots of cool stuff. We just need space on the enemy side defensively to force the player to doing the right stuff rather than just whatever they want. Okay. So yeah, I would like to try exploring this enemy having a kind of progressive stun. And maybe even like one of the responses to being hit can be to go into a stance where if you hit them one more time, they'll parry you or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, something. Yeah, sorry, I'm just kind of lost in thought with it as well.
It's deep. It's a big conversation.
Yeah, I try to. I compare it a lot to, you know, fighting games and how they handle certain things like you know, like hit stun deterioration and things like that.
Yeah. There's also like I think Sekiro has stuff like this in it.
Oh yeah.
Have you played Sekiro? Hello?
Yeah.
Have you played it?
I have, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I didn't hear you asked if I played it.
Oh yeah. It's all good. Yeah, there are these moments here. Let's see if we can do it. Yeah, like just then it was like he was in his hurt stun. Yeah.
Yeah. That's kind of the idea I had with the Lingson as well. Like they should be able to backstep out of hits.
Out of hits, yeah.
Maybe you can hit them twice and then they're like no more hits.
Well, I think I'm personally a little bit against there being a fixed number. I feel like that should be dependent on their current poise. And now it's like, yeah, like I don't mind the player getting this moment where they get to open up the enemy and just go crazy on a combo, but I feel like you have to earn it with certain enemies. And so it's I don't want to replicate this exactly, but yeah, there should be like, yeah, they can't just wail at the beginning of the fight.
Yeah, I'm trying to think like Nine Souls, for example. I think they just have a lot of poise, most of the enemies, so you can't just keep wailing on them because they'll just attack through it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of games, I don't know how many do what we're doing, partly because it's very hard to do, but I think most games literally just go straight to the enemy will do what it does, and if you can kill them, great, but if you can't kill them, they'll hit you. Like there is no enemy hurt state for a lot of these games. Like Blasphemous, I don't think you can duel any of the enemies. I think they just rush at you and attack you.
Yeah, I feel like Blasphemous has surprisingly very simple enemies. They just do one or two things.
Yeah.
And even states like, yeah. But yeah, it's effective. But it's nice to think about having more complex enemies.
Well, our combat system's just got more scope than that.
Yeah.
You know, it can do more than that. And so, yeah, we could make the game just be simple, and plenty of the enemies will have 1 HP, and you just hit them, and you get the ensign and do whatever. But yeah, I think I want to push this. Like, I want to see how.
Yeah, because juggling is fun. Like, if you manage to get the right breed, and you juggle them, and you get a few hits in the air, and you do some ensign ability combo, like that's fun. Yeah. We should definitely do that.
Exactly.
Just need to balance it.
It will feel even better if you had to work for it.
Yeah, I think if you make the Lingson miss an attack, a certain attack, or I don't know if you do like the backswing and on like maybe the thrust even, and they, you know, they reel back and
Mm.
something like that. That'd be cool.
Yeah, I think rewarding the player for doing the correct defensive option is like that's money. So like maybe it's got one big wild stab, you know, that goes into the ground, and then it's kind of trying to pull it out of the
Yeah.
ground. We've kind of got the Hell's Gate dive at the moment. So even that, do we have that going into a stance yet, or is it he just jumped straight out of that?
There is a stance, and there's a like a 50% chance if he's going to do. Oh, I don't know if it's 50, but if he's going to do the slash away move.
Right. But does he get? Yeah. So like then that should have resulted in the enemy like getting the sword stuck and for like a second and a half trying to
Yeah.
yank the sword out.
I think it's just playing the wrong animation and it's way too quick. It's just very roughly done at the moment.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the other attack. Yeah.
Mm.
So I guess it should be obvious if he's stuck into the ground.
Yeah.
And gives you an opportunity, and other times he can bait you and do that slash away. You just got to watch out for it if he's going to get stuck or not. Yeah.
Did I have a stuck in the ground?
There is that one. Yeah.
But did I
Where
have? Oh, I had this. There's like 2 frames.
Yeah. So probably just need to make a new sheet that has those 2 frames or something like that.
Maybe I'll just quickly add one called plunge stuck.
Yeah, I think that works. So he'll have some obvious vulnerabilities, and other times where there's a chance he'll get his sword stuck or that you can look out for. How would we implement, like, for example, when he does that dash attack through you, how hard would it be to implement, like if you wanted to counter that with the back slash and then he would trip from that?
I mean, right now, the way that works is I have for ensign abilities, there's a thing called ability capture manager or something like that. Ability capture manager. And so when an enemy has an ensign ability, I can tell if the player got, if the enemy got outplayed. So
Outplayed.
if this was like a red ability, doing the parry on the red ability would make it get into its like hurt state.
Yeah.
So whenever you do that, that's how that works. But I don't think in this context, like, I mean, yes, that would be nice, but it would be for like late game enemies. Maybe you would have to do it more than once. Like maybe you have to parry twice, you know, maybe it goes through you the first time, but you do 50% of its poise in damage. And then it turns around and comes back and you do it another time. And that steals the ensign, you know?
Yeah.
That to me would be, I mean, this is getting pretty advanced now, but I love the idea of like multi-hit sequences where the player has to parry, you know, parry back, parry up, parry down, and then they get the ensign.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah, there's a lot there, and maybe we never get to it. Maybe there's one enemy in the game that we can do that with, but
yeah.
So yeah, right now there is, I mean, like I don't think we have defensive. There's no example in the game where within an enemy's state machine, I'm checking what direction the attack came from.
Okay.
So we need like, I guess this is now describing what's missing and what we need. So there's a bit of design here that I don't have solved yet. I'm doing it right now. Let's take the forward thrust. If that's not an ensign move, then I feel like that becomes a bit of a flow chart where it's like, okay, as a property of this move that I'm doing, so I'm doing this. and I'm coming at you. There should be something like a tree of, okay, these are a list of things. And it could just be one thing, but whatever. This is my list of things where if I meet one of those things, I will get stunned out of it. Otherwise, I'm just going to do what I'm doing. So another way to think about this would be like, there will be collisions that can happen. And so it's like on blah, like, you know, on hurt, or like on collide, I guess, something like this. You'd have to say, hey, like, what have I collided with? Is it a hurt box?
Mm.
Is it a hitbox? And then what did it collide with? My hurt box?
Yeah.
You know, was
And
it
then
my
what
hitbox?
properties do they have? Yeah. Mm.
This is kind of complicated, right? There's a lot of layers to it because it could be a hitbox on a hitbox. Like this is Armin hit me. This is Armin's hit my hit. And then I guess there would be hitbox on hurtbox, which is I hit Armin. So it would be nice, I guess, for us to be able to author this stuff in the state tree. So on the inside of the behavior states, I suppose.
Yeah. Mm.
And I think doing this with like an event system is probably right. So what this does, because right now we have our like character stun, right?
Yeah.
Character. Oh my god, I can't write character. Holy shit. Stun. I suppose one way we could do this is we could inherit from this as like lengthen stun. And then this could have its own whatever, but it might also like maybe this
And then we'd need more like properties within Retrobox, potentially.
Maybe
To find
potentially.
certain
We might already
hitboxes.
have what we need. So like, yeah, like right now I've got, you can, you know, like there is a directionality to the attacks.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
So like this actually should down. Sheet, hang on. So this has downswing as a property. So downswing will always beat, you know, like there should be a rule that like down attacks beat blah attacks. So I guess the question would be something like, do we want to provide, and I suppose I can decide what the answer is to this today. Is it, hey, let me deal with every possible thing that could happen to me per behavior state? Like does this own what happens here, here, and here? Or does the life component say, hey, you've been outplayed? And on outplay, this is what happens to you. On outplay, you get stunned. You go into knockdown.
I guess certain states can expose a vulnerability. So whenever they're in a certain state, it's like, oh, now you're vulnerable to forward thrust type of attack. And then if you get forward attacked during that, then you'll get outplayed.
So
maybe
I would say the one piece of this puzzle that's really important is that for that to be something that players understand, there needs to be an animation that reflects that. Which makes me feel like we don't really need, when you say that, like, oh, when you do this, this makes you then vulnerable to this. It would be that the animation is vulnerable to it, right? Like maybe it's in like a wobbly, almost knocked out state.
Yeah, but it could also be like a, I don't want to say secret, but like a more advanced technique that the player would learn over time rather than being so obvious.
Sure.
And
But okay, then a better way to describe it would be like the same animation should always be susceptible or weak to the same kinds of attacks.
Mm-mm.
Like
Yeah.
you wouldn't have it be conditional within the animation of like, oh, because of the last animation was this, now this attack is weak to that. I don't think that doesn't work for me.
Mm.
Instead, it's there's a tree of like what kinds of things you can be doing. And I think what we're having to manage here is more like the gates of what sends you into those. So like,
Mm.
I don't. The reason why I'm proposing this outplay thing is if we're doing this, how many like negative states can this go into? Like how many possible there's a how do I describe this? In our language here, I feel like we're missing something where like in is it uke and seme in Japanese? That they use to describe like in judo, there's like the person doing the throwing and the person who's being thrown. I'm trying to say like from this there should be like there's the win condition of like I do the attack and I go into the rest of my state tree, and that's like I guess I would call it the like offensive state tree. But then there's the like victim state tree of like, okay, what? So my question is, should there be really more than a couple of things that could go wrong here for this character doing this attack? Like outside of the core ones, like being launched into the air or whatever, like custom animations that can happen as a result of this, or even custom conditions. I feel like it's just one, right? Like
Yeah, it should be just one. Something that would interrupt that forward lunge and do the poise damage. And if you do it enough times, then he'll lead into a much longer stagger where it might trip over. So it's kind of like two states, one interrupt and the other is when it's completely stunned, I guess.
Like I think there should be, I guess another way to describe that would be like every attack, if it's going to be vulnerable to something, should only be vulnerable to one kind of counterattack. So like a forward thrust should always be weak to a back step. And so this would be, there would be like I would call that an outplay. Because I don't want to call it a parry. But so the outplay for this is backstep. Then we could definitely have like a miss. So just if you didn't hit anything, do something else, and that can go into some sort of overshoot or whatever.
Dodge throw it even.
Yeah, and then separately we have also just like the hurt stuff, which this is all owned by the life component. So like life handles things like, okay, what if we literally died while doing this, and what happens if we get knocked into the air? That all we don't need to think about today. This is the stuff I want us to think about right now of like when we're designing an enemy, how do we design its victim response to the player when the player does the right thing. So in this context, just zooming out a little bit, for the block states or whatever, these like idle states, like this isn't an attack, this is like a stance. So if it's just got a stance, then I suppose how are we dealing with whether or not we should be going into like hurt or whatever? Do we call it like, because outplay here feels like it's a little bit all right, I'm making a decision, Luca.
Okay.
Sorry, I know I've been like really driving this conversation and not letting you speak much, but I'm making a decision. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to solve this afternoon. In the meantime, could I get you to try to just make the states more obvious for the length.
Mhm.
Just
Okay, yeah.
slow down things, or if you can't because there's some issue, like literally happy for you to go in here and play around with the animation frames
Mm.
to like if something needs a telegraph, maybe this attack, right? Maybe just like add a frame that's like a big wind up or something.
Oh,
or,
yeah.
You know,
Mm.
even if it doesn't look very nice.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
I kind of added one for the leap attack, where it kind of like rises a bit. Well, it's not here. It's kind of
Oh, right.
just in the engine. I just reused those sprites, but
Yeah, sure.
no, I can do that.
Cool.
Yeah, stuff like the outplay. Yeah, we'll need to work together on that.
Yeah, we'll
When
come
you're
back
ready.
maybe after, might be tomorrow.
Mm.
But yeah, I need a little bit of time to cook on this, and I need to go to the bathroom. So
All right.
it's starting to
No worries.
distract me.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right. I'll talk to you later. I'll let
All
you
right,
go.
Luca. Thanks for the chat.
No worries. See you guys.
See ya.
Bye.
Oh, I hope I was recording that. I think I was. Okay. Mr. A2D2, you're killing me with that comment. You're killing me. Classic narcissist. Dude, it's so hard. It's so hard to like be collaborative on a project where you are in charge of everything anyway, and you've got 8 years of runway ahead of everybody else. It's like, how do I like field ideas and also think about what the game can currently do and what the nearest thing that it can do that's sort of like what that person's saying. It's so complicated. I think it's just easier to say, hey, I've got to be responsible for this specific part, and I'll get back to you. Because in the meantime, it's time we're spending talking back and forth. Not that it's not useful, but it's useful to a point. All right, I really have to go to the toilet. I'll be back in a bit. Hey, hey. Man, I added so much to the scope of this game in the last hour. I promised so much. But we really do need responses to player defensive attacks. Or like... Okay, what we need is terminology. This is getting complicated. Let's start. Okay, there's Armin. Player. And then there's enemy. We'll call it opponent. But there's something here that we probably need to be more... It's... There's the person attacking a hitbox, a hurt box. There's attacking a hitbox. So, hit on hurt. Hurt on hurt, which is nothing. And hit on hit. Then there's like a winner and a loser in these contexts. So there's like... lots of work, Creepy Brow. So there's something like, we'll call this like... I suppose there's another way to describe this. There's hit on... yeah, man. Oh my gosh. It's hard. So, attacker, hitbox. Victim, hurtbox. That's the default. That's the default context we're talking about most of the time. Then there is victim hitbox. And we'll call this, instead of attacker, we'll call it, it's like a strike hitbox. Strike hitbox, strike hitbox. Okay, so this is just nothing. Nothing happens in this context. This is like just a normal attack. And then it's these two that we don't currently have any formal explanations for. Like there's no language in the game to describe these things, which is what we're talking about today. There's also a layer to this where we don't know yet if we want to describe these. I'll call these boxes, because these could be hitboxes or they could be hurt boxes. You know, is this there's going to be a box here. Is it a hurt box or is it a hitbox? There's also this context of like, which we haven't really gotten to yet, but there's a clash. Yeah. Like the different outcomes are, like we need names for these basically. So like this is just like a strike. or you can just call it a hit if you want. No, it needs to be called something specific. Strike. This is a clash, and this is something like a guard. You can also do like a counter, a parry, counter. And guard is not necessarily what I want to call this. You know, if I'm standing there with a sword and someone comes up to me and swings really hard at me, and my sword I just managed to block, but I still take a lot of the physical force of the thing really takes me out. What do you call that? Did I guard the attack? Like, I didn't get attacked by the sword, but I took... Yeah, block implies I take no damage. But I didn't block it. I just sort of... It should be like a negative exchange verb that means you didn't do a good job of blocking that. Absorb makes it sound like... Absorb means something different in video games, right? It means like the hurt actually healed me. I wouldn't use that. I would call it something like that. It needs to be like deflect or like... Crush? No, because a guard crush is like, now I'm open to being attacked. This is one outcome, but if there's a sliding scale where guard crush is the outcome, there's two ends with how much poise I have left. If I have no poise left, it's a guard crush. If I have a little bit of poise left, anything from here forward, let's say this is like I have full poise. This is 0, 100. North of 0. So my question is, what do you call everything that happens to me if I get hit within this zone? This is like block. No. Stumble? I don't know. So this is what we're trying to name. We're trying to name this. Rattled is pretty good. Actually, rattle is really nice. Because it feels unique. I've never heard it before. And that means that we know, we can describe what it means and it's not confusing to us. And it's probably what it should look like on screen. Like they get a bit rattled. Yeah, chip is actually, chip describes what happens to the health bar. But it is that. It's the thing that makes you take chip damage. In Street Fighter, it would just be a block. Just a normal block, like a guard. but I think I don't want to use guard and block. I think we'll call this the rattle. And it's maybe we can call what you're doing as guarding, but what happens to you is you get rattled. Yeah. It just needs to be a verb that we can use in the team to describe the things that we're talking about. It was getting so confusing us a lot. Not because of you, because of me. Yeah. Okay. So rattle. I like it. Interrupt is totally different. Interrupt is I'm attacking and you hit me before my hit lands. That's not what this is. Okay, so these go together, these go together, these go together, and nothing. This is nothing. By weapon raised, I just mean holding in front of us. I don't mean in the middle of an attack. It's okay. We got it. Okay. So there's more to this. This is just a miss. Or whiff. Okay. So this I was calling an outplay, but we can call it a count. I mean, even parry is probably fine. The reason why I don't like parry is that it implies that the other attack only has a defensive aspect to it. It's like when two people are both attacking and one wins. It's not like you didn't get countered. I mean, yeah, it's not like a parry riposte. It's just like this attack beat you. It's like a rock, paper, scissors thing. So I'll call it an outplay. So let's have a think about who's in charge of managing these things. All right, so who is in charge of handling what happens when okay, who's in charge of handling advanced combat interactions? This is a tricky one because it doesn't. Who are our candidates? Our candidates are life, character stun, the individual behaviors, inheritor of character stun, So let's describe what these need to be. What is the need for this? So need. We need for specific. Okay. Well, let's do contexts first. The use cases are as follows. We'll just call them scenarios for now. So one scenario is Langson has sword up. Armin attacks while. So this is called a rattle. Oh, or a could even be grab. This is like, there's a question here. There's something here about, well, what if the enemy's defensive hitbox is designed to, if it's there like it's a parry box. Now, I do have what are called parry boxes in the game, but I'm trying to get rid of them because parry is not a global thing. Parry is specific to the interactions. There are essentially 4 different parries you can do in the game, depending on what the thing what's happening. So, let's say is in parry stance. Okay, so in this context, it would be Langson immediately takes over both characters. Basically, grabbed. Okay. So, that's one. This would be Langson is rattled. So this would be attack is outplayed. And then Langson just goes into light and subtle hurt animation. No, it's like posture damage. Nothing. The attack keeps you hit them and you keep hitting them. Like the sword goes through and you can follow up into a combo. So only this one breaks Armin's animation. These ones are Armin wins. So who is in charge in this context of doing this? This would be, I think we would need, I mean, how would I author this? Right, I would do it something like this. I would say, okay, here's a hitbox. Is it not D? Is it I? It's I. Let me grab the animations here. Hang on. Actually, might have something perfect. Great. You know what? Even better. I can just go over here and grab it. Okay. So we'd have like a hurt box, and then we'd have this, I don't know, we'll call it orange for now. The orange box. Okay. That's right. Okay. God, I'm old. 2007, everybody. Okay. There are people who are like adults who weren't born when the orange box came out. Is that right? Oh no! Oh no! Chat. Oh no, we're old. All right. So, fuck. Isn't that actually the worst thing? Okay. So, in this context, this is what we're talking about. In this context, we've got an interaction between a hitbox and a whatever this thing is. We don't know what it is yet. And this interaction is probably going to call some event that's going to go to the life component for collision. That is going to happen. And then I mean, right now, if I have a look and see what it does, I think yeah. So this has a hurt confirm event. And my concern here is that hurt confirm, right now, all we're really doing is life has two kinds of events. Life has hit confirm and hurt confirm. But that doesn't cover this scenario anymore. So do we just need more of these? Do we need rattle confirm? Do we need like... Sorry, chat. My mic just... Oh, okay. Everything's fine. So something needs to broker the interactions between all of these. We could do hurt confirm plus parameter. Like we say, hey, this is a hurt confirm event. It's an attack that hit you, and here are the details, and then you can sort out what you want to do. It'd be nice to be explicit. All right. At some point, I guess my concern is that we then have to author what happens to this guy after this, right? So he has like this rattled. Is there just one rattled animation? Or is rattling something that can happen in different directions? As in, how many different hurt states do we need to implement? That's the question that I'm trying to understand right now. And do those hurt states belong to offensive states? For example, if we whiff, that doesn't have a hitbox interaction. So the response to what happens when I miss can be owned by the thing that is doing the animation. Because it can just say, hey, when I'm finished, I'm going to go into my like, oh, I missed state. That's fine. Does that also have to happen for this kind of thing? Like while it's doing his like, you know, riposte thing? I guess not, because in a way, what he's doing and what he's susceptible to are sort of two different things. And if I want the states to be modular, then the behavior it can't assume the hitbox, because different enemies can have different behaviors and have different hitboxes. So like this is considered, he might be doing a shuffle. Well, the sword being out doesn't mean he's not shuffling or shuffling. And a different enemy who doesn't have a sword could be shuffling. And so there's no There's no relationship between those two things, having the sword and what you're doing. Still, I feel like I want the outcomes. If they're going to be animation breaking, they need to be hard coded somewhere. You know, if he's doing this forward thrust thing, this, if our cat is doing this, there needs to be something that happens to him when we guard that correctly. If we parry that, you know, what if I want him to like pirouette away, like, you know, maybe there's some specific animation I want it to break out into. In that case, it almost feels better to just have everything be hard coded. Oh. And that would be like on out play. You would describe that. So I would be looking, if I was trying to describe that, I would have the attack animation and then on out play this animation. And maybe that's okay. Maybe that's what we want. Or the on out play could be owned by a blackboard on the Lengtsen, on the enemy. The enemy could say, hey, here are my animations for my attacks. Here's the on out play for this. Here's the on out play for this. And I'm just going to set my state to those depending on what, you know, whichever one I'm running right now when I get outplayed. So I could see that. I could see that. Outplay event. And I could see rattle event. And in a way, I think this, like, crush does not belong here. Crush is something that happens when you are rattled. It's not a thing that can happen instead of rattling. So it looks like what I'm doing right now and then there's clash, and that's something that I haven't got anything for either. So a clash event would be the two attacks happen at the exact same time and the swords hit. No, I wouldn't do that, Big Imp. It's too, there's invincibility is too Boolean for what we're trying to do. And the states don't own those things. The hitboxes, the animations own that thing. So this, being able to be hit, has to do with whether or not there's a hitbox. It's not a property of the state. So the idea of this being an attack hitbox and this being an attack hitbox at the same time, it's like, ching, they both hit each other. I think right now it's a little bit, can you just get out of here? Right now, it's a little bit unfortunate looking when I'm swinging at him and he's swinging at me. you know, and nothing's happening, or it's just acting as if there's no, you know, like we're just flailing at each other, you know. That's not fun to look at. Dude, this thrust is like actually insane. There's way too much poise as well. 50 poise? Oh my gosh. Hey, Fog. Hey. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything. Okay, welcome. Dude, it's not fightable right now. It's not a thing. Okay. Okay. So, hit, hurt, clap. So we'll start with hurt. Hurt first. Then hit. Then clash. We hit each other. I don't know if I like clash. Maybe there should be just a little like some sort of like something that just makes it look like so that it wasn't nothing. You know what I mean? Like a global little bit of hit stop, a little bit of a spark, but it doesn't do anything. I think that's what happens in Smash Brothers. You get like a little like ting, but nobody. It's a trade. It just does a little something nice. Yeah. Yeah, the only other concern is like should it not do something? Should something not happen? Maybe it should be a bigger hit stop the more the combined offense between the two are, or the bigger the difference is between the two. We'll see. This is probably the lowest priority thing in the game. So why do we need these things? Let's describe it. Hey, Arikajin. Yeah, there's something there about maybe we could do it where we do separate hit stops. So the person who has the weaker attack takes more animation damage, for lack of a better word. Meaning you kind of get locked into the attack, while the other person who has a stronger attack gets to continue on and then follow up with their next attack faster. So it's just whoever has the bigger attack when they clash is plus on hit. Would be the way you would think about it. No, they're all just colliders. Same thing. I need a different way to describe this. Is the outplay really victim strike hitbox, or rather hitting the weapon hitbox? Huh? I mean, I don't have to really call this. They're both attackers in this case. But this is basically two people attacking I guess it's a good question though. Is it a hurt box or the weapon or the strike hitbox is the I'm trying to. I've called it strike in this context to disambiguate between this. He's not striking right now. He's just got a box in front of him, which I guess it could be a hurt box in this case. I don't know what I would call it. Versus this is a hitbox, like because there's a strike. It's a strike hitbox. He's attacking. It's only supposed to be out for 1 frame. So this, I mean, it could be. I don't know if this is an outplay. I guess this is just. We could even call this a separate thing. Maybe. No. Like Armin has. Yeah, the problem is right now, I'll tell you what's happening. For Armin to parry the Hunden, for example, this has to be the case. See here, there's an attack hitbox. It's called backstep, but there is no hurt box on this frame. Armin can't actually be attacked in these 2 frames at all. He's completely invulnerable. That means that he won't take a hit when he's doing that sweep. So if you're timing it such that the enemy attack is about to hit you and then you do this and then they hit you on these frames, you won't get hit at all, and then you'll get your outplay box on their hurt box. So in a sense, I'm avoiding having to do any of this right now because I'm literally, there is no hurt box for Armin. But what I'd like to do is put the hurt box there, but make it only get hurt by things that it isn't parrying. Like, because we're backstep on this, I guess it belongs to the frame in a way, not a specific hurt box. Or maybe we could call it, we could put it on the hurt boxes and the hit boxes. Where does it live? So what is an outplay, I guess is a better question. In the collision sense, what is an outplay? Okay, so it's what is hang on a second. Does down beat up or does up beat down? I guess for Armin. How do you differentiate between like forward and back outplay each other? I think Armin just wins all the time. Yeah, it's just there's something complex here where like Armin backsteps against a Hunden doing forward slash. So if they're both in neutral, I can just show you. So if I jump up, he was coming up to an uppercut and I stabbed down. I win. But if I was descending down onto him, his uppercut would probably be the right answer. So is it who gets to what's the categorical logic there? Same thing here, like I did the back step then and got the parry. Okay, so red beats, I mean, stepping backward beats red. Stepping forward beats blue. What if they step forward? Do I win if I press blue? Like, do my forward attacks get parried by their back attacks? I think so. So then it's the same opposite thing, but I'm just arbitrarily deciding who wins. Like this red attack, a white, if they're attacking me, I go in the same direction to beat them. If they're backing away, I lunge forward to beat them. Like player, enemy. Okay. So then why doesn't it work the other way? Why does that work? I feel like I know what I'm talking about, but I don't know how to player forward slashes. I guess there's a concept of the attacks being themselves defensive or offensive. Forward thrust is very offensive, but I guess blue is always defensive. But then what do I talk about? How do you do the same with the verticals? You know, if I'm attacking downwards and they're coming up, who wins? I mean, I win because I said so. But if I'm jumping down at them, I feel like they should win in this context. If this was Armin, he would win. This is yellow. The correct parry is white. Why does white win in these contexts? Just because they're Armin. It's the same thing. If I take the colors away, it's the same thing. The only distinction is who's grounded. That's the only distinction I could draw here. Where in this context, this is the ground. Armin wins because he's got both feet on the ground when he stabs down. Whereas here, this person has their feet on the ground. This person's in the air to do this. So they will get counted. It kind of makes sense to me. Like coming up from under, you're at a disadvantage. Coming down from above, you're at a disadvantage. That's one way I would describe it. There's also something of like, yeah, I don't want to get into it too deep, but I guess I'm having to describe this. What is an outplay? And I'm getting stuck here. If I can't describe it, then I can't implement it. An outplay is an interaction between two combatants where the properties of one wins out of the other categorically. Armin backsteps against a hunt and forward slash. That's always direction coded by the ensign system. No, but a turtle. The point is it's not about like. I'm teaching the player how to engage with this system. It needs to be consistent. So I wouldn't design a turtle that had an upwards attack. Or if I did, it would mean it would have to come out of its shell to do the attack. Do you know what I mean? Like the whole point is that it's a fighting system with rules. I'm not trying to give myself as much space to design whatever enemy as I want. I want the rules to win and to design the enemies around that. It's like saying, all right, karate's really cool, but what if they have a gun? It's like, yeah, but they won't have a gun because we're fighting in an arena. Great, Creepy Brow. Thank you so much. So an outplay is an interaction between two combatants where the properties of one wins out over the other, categorically. I'm in backsteps because hunt forward slash. These are almost always identical and encoded by the ensign system. So there needs to be like this means there's a weak to and super effective against. And the question here is like, who gets to decide? Like for me, when the Hithin does this, I would say like it's the hitbox that's, it's almost like the hitbox becomes a hurtbox in this moment. If you're parrying, if Armin's doing this, his guard box or whatever is like the antidote to this hitbox. And in a way, I would say his hurt box is kind of irrelevant. Like if Armin is doing this correctly, it shouldn't matter even if, I guess this is the question. If Armin's in this state here and an enemy attacks his toe and that enemy's attack is considered this forward thrust, does Armin just like immediately cancel? Or does it have to be that Armin's sword was hit? I think it probably should just be the whole body. I don't think it's to do with his specific. I mean, maybe it should be his hurtbox, his hitbox. But I would make it super generous in this case. This would be the box that explains like where he would conceivably parry from, like his hand, like where the sword tip could be at any time. You know, not specifically that it is only here that he's defending. He's like defending this whole space in front of him. That's how I would think about it. because like the thing that's important here is that this is a Simon Says. This is this is rock, paper, scissors. So if I throw out rock and you throw out scissors, I don't want to say, oh, I threw out rock, but my rock was hitting here and your scissors are actually up here, so actually your scissors don't get crushed by my rock. That's dumb. It's like, no. You did the right thing. You should be rewarded for doing the right thing. It's RPS in this context more than it is like it should never be the wrong thing that Armin did this move against this guy. It should always be correct. Which means failing some very specific scenario, this should just win, which is why I want this box to be larger. You know, if the box was like, let's say the animation put the box there, and then the enemy box is here, the enemy box will hit him, you know what I mean? Even though he's doing the right thing. So I think making it generous but not perfect is fine, because you know, he could still get hit by something else doing a forward thrust attack from over here, you know, somewhere else or something like that. Or like if there was a bigger enemy elsewhere in the game, I wouldn't want their version of this thing to cover their whole body. Like maybe for the player's sake I would do it, but it's not fair in the system to do it that way. So their whole body represents the thing. So then what have I decided? There's a button I pressed here that makes this not work. View, pixel preview. There we go. An outplay is an interaction between two combatants where the properties of one wins out of the other categorically. Arm and backsteps against a hardened foe. These are almost always directional, coded by the inside system. We tune super effective against. It's something like when so now the question is what events happen for these combatants to then respond? This should be something like on, outplayed, event. This would be outplay hurt, and then outplay hit. So it's actually 2. Because he receives the positive feedback, he receives the negative feedback. Now, it might actually, maybe it should be a scenario where only one event gets called. Like, what should happen in this in real time? Like, it's coming forward. Let's do it like this. Right, we're parrying. And he's going. At this moment here, he should trigger his parry. And this guy should just get smashed. But this parry, this moment, it should probably, I guess the question would be, does this have a custom animation that it wants to do on this? Like maybe if it's like a sword gets bound up situation, then you would go directly into like a throw. There are also contexts where this is going to be like if it's a multi-stage hit, like if the enemy is like flurrying against you, that you should be able to outplay multiple times. So this outplay, if I get outplay hurt, trying to write them in a way that's not going to get confusing later. Like, on hurt is unambiguous, but on hit could mean I got hit. So confirm has this positive connotation to it. It's like, oh yeah, yay, I hit them. I don't mind the confirm being extraneous. So in this case, if it's like a 3-pronged attack, like piang, 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 or whatever, then the on outplay should go, Armin should do his little like pah, but this guy should just keep going. So I don't think that we need to necessarily hard code what this is. I think we let the two combatants play it out. In which case we just do that. And then, so then grab is a specifically different thing. Like the Hunden, there is no Hunden grab that works like that, is there? There aren't any grabs that work like that. Grabs are hitboxes right now. Okay. There's no parry boxes for enemies yet. So this is considered a hurt box technically, or a defensive weapon box. I don't know what else to call it. I have a problem in the game right now where they're like very hard coded. Like hit and hurt are two different. They literally are red and yellow boxes, and that they don't send events to each other. Like hurt doesn't send events to hurt. Hit doesn't send events to hit. Only hit and hurt send events to each other. So in this context, in the outplay, I think that, oh gosh, it's hard, man. I think that Armin's directional attacks should be the way that they are, which is when Armin does this, there are moments where that should have a defensive, an offensive hurt box, or a defensive, an offensive hurt box basically. This should have a box around it that's special, that says, yes, I can get hit, but if I get hit by this kind of attack, I'm gonna cancel into this instead of taking damage. It should be, and it should not send the on hit event. It should say something different to on hurt. It should say on outplay. Confirm. Could even call this success. I think these need different words. Success feels good here. Hurt hit. Outplayed is okay. I wish these were different words. No, it's more just like in this context. I need to be careful. So what this is when you outplay, you take no damage and you get to do your attack instead of them doing their attack. So in that case, I suppose you could call it a counter. But what it's not is like a locked-in scenario. It's not like a pre-canned animation. It's not a riposte like in Dark Souls where you go jong. It's more like a plang, but like you win. No, this is this is when you get hit while doing this. Yeah, this is Uno reverse. Pya. I guess you could call it like reflex. In Final Fantasy, you call that reflex. You could also just call that on outplay lose, on outplay win. That might just be more straightforward. Yeah, I think that's the clearest it's gonna get. Okay. So yes. Better. So this is life handles this in the end. That's pretty reasonable. That's fine. So this happens on, this is hitbox. Attacks what? Offensive hurtbox. Which, it just needs to be a hurtbox that's tagged. Or something. I have things called parry boxes. The difference here though is this always going to be a defensive moment from Armen, or is this something where two people can be attacking at the same time and the outplays can just be happening on the attack hitboxes? Because right now, like this outplay moment, like over here, well, it's already not that, because when I fight this guy, the outplay happens if I'm above him That's an outplay. Like I just stabbed down at him and he got hit by it. So outplay can happen for hitboxes and hurt boxes. Like this is a hurt box, but the down slash on the Hunden is a hitbox, but it's also an outplay. And I guess in this context, on outplay win is something that's just going to animation cancel. All outplay win would do for Armin is take this moment here and then skip to this. That's all he would do on outplay win. With the down stab, outplay win would do nothing. He would just be stabbing already. But what I think I'll do is on down stab, I think I'm going to make it so that all of Armin's attacks, not that one, down attack, down thrust, it might be down. Yeah. I think what I'll do is I'll make it that all of these frames get cancelable on all of the directional attacks. They're always cancelable into the active attack if you get hit by the thing that you're countering. So I can actually increase the frame count on these. I might make these 4 frames, but they become 1 frame links into this. They become instant cancels if you are defending against the thing that you're supposed to be. Okay. So then outplay can happen in 2 contexts. Which is not what I said above. It can happen here too. That's a good question. Is that going to double outplay? There we go. Okay. Maybe we should call this... Maybe this should be called absorb. And maybe this should be called critical. Critical hit and reflex. I actually really like reflex. And this becomes... I think this can just be called outplay. So, wait, when I attack, what happens? Well, this becomes the outplay. Reflex win on reflex lose. No. Well, should anything happen? I don't think the attacker should get any feedback. I think they just keep doing what they were doing, and it's the defender's maybe like the attacker hitbox gets neutralized. Maybe there should be no outplay lose. Like, it's this context here. If I come speeding towards you and this clash happens, do I really need for a specific thing to happen to me? Or is it that I do something that then makes me get outplayed the next thing I do? Like 1 frame later, this comes out. I'm still here, but now Armin has just entered his proposed state. Now I get outplayed because I'm suffering this. So a reflex just leads to an outplay 1 frame later, but we don't need an on outplayed to do that. It'll be Armin who causes the outplay to happen when he attacks next frame. We could do a little time slowdown as well to, like, you know, make it happen, make it obvious. And it's not that he's invulnerable. I mean, maybe he could be, but if something else attacks you while you're doing this, you probably could still take damage. It'd have to be like a 2 frame thing, like just a... I don't think it needs to be any more than 2. So I think we could just sort of, if we slow time down, if we make it really few frames, it'll feel instantaneous anyway, even if it's not. All right. Now, we could call this a parry box. I mean, we do have parry boxes. That's what this could... It could be called just a parry box. And that means that it's technically a kind of... I think right now parry is... where's our preferences file? Parry is player hit. Okay. Ah, but then we have guard box as well. Is that different from shield? Yeah. So guard is technically what this is. Also, we're in need of a rewrite of this whole system. Because right now, This system should be agnostic to whether it's Armin or somebody else. It should be that there are teams, and when the collisions happen, it checks whose team we're on. Rather than saying, is this a hurtbox or a hitbox? Is this an enemy hurtbox or an enemy hitbox? It should just be, if you're on the player team, you can take damage from enemy hitboxes. If you're on the enemy team, you take damage from player hitboxes. And then you could have additional teams. It could be 2 sets of enemies fighting each other, who Armin can also fight. So if you're not on my team, your hitboxes hit me. Then we can do fighting games. Then we could do versus mode. We're gonna get there. All right. So what have we... I think we've decided what we're gonna do. I don't think I need anything here. I think I can just get rid of all of this. All right. So the to-do looks like this. This could cause some real problems. This is a big refactor if I choose to do it this way. I don't need to do this though. This is a later thing. It's the thing I want to do right now, but it's not the thing I need to do. But it will affect this thing that we're going to do. We can refactor it later. So implement reflex, implement outplay. All right. Implement rattled. So we didn't quite finish describing what rattled is. So rattled is a kind of hurt that is not fully poise broken. If you take, let's say a hurt animation could be 6 frames, a rattled animation might be 3. And returns and takes less damage and blah, blah, blah. So do we have an event called On Guard coming? On Guard. So how do I know? I guess it's just called On Rattle. So what determines rattling? It's also a hurt moment, but it's a hurt box. Yes, kind of based on poise. Hey, Swizz. So this guy's in a stance. Assuming you hit from the front. So I have these things. I have like priority for some of these. So if this hitbox gets touched at all, even if Armin's hit also touches this hurtbox, this hurtbox will be the one that takes the hit. It's kind of like I do it with shields, and being hit by this will just do an on rattle instead of an on hurt. Yes, so this happens. Implement new life events. Say you spell collision? I don't think so. Collision? Oh, it's actually double L. Reflex outplay rattled. And okay. Clash, I don't know about Clash yet. I don't know if we haven't necessarily agreed that Clash is going to be in the game. Clash would be the two hits hitting each other. It's lower priority. All right, now it's time to take all of this and move it to, do I have a combat scene? Combat page? Dude, what? Okay. And then it's a little local to do. Okay. Can I do these in an hour? Maybe if I take a break. Give me a couple minutes. Okay. All right, let's see if we can do this. So the first one I think is going to be reflex and outplay, and then rattle, and then clash. That's probably the right order. All right. There's a lot that could go into this. I think it's time for a new branch. It's going okay. Very busy. New branch. Okay. So, what does this look like? First thing you want to do is make these guard boxes. So arm in, back step. And honestly, it might be better to turn these into I mean, I guess this is okay. Okay, let's try it this way for now. Guard. So we have a guard box. But it needs to, right now, it needs to be like player guard. I think I have something called enemy shield, which is kind of going to do a similar thing. Otherwise, it's literally a hurt box that has a specific thing on it. I think right now, though, you get hit by your most vulnerable hurt box. Let's check that. Most vulnerable collision. If neither of us are shields. There's a similar thing here where we could check. Instead of shield. It's kind of actually, it literally is this, but instead of shield, we call it guard box. So, okay, which is just a hurt box that's tagged as guard, or that guards in a specific direction. For now, I'm going to like literally remove this right after, but I think I'm going to delete this and then go box. Wait, but a guard box is considered what? A guard box is considered a preferences file. It's a player file. Oh, so it is a hurt. It's a hurt. Okay, so that's probably right then. We can use the guard box, but we need like an enemy guard as well later. Okay. Well, that's fine then. This physics can go away. So. Oh, it's the box manager that has these. Wait, what about hurt confirm? The life component owns that one. Okay. So why do I use one here and not the other? I guess because on hurt confirm you're taking the damage. On hit confirm you're doing the damage. And you don't need to have a... I don't see why that's there. I don't see the difference. I feel like hurt confirm can be here as well. Ah, but it's a life event? What does that do? As a collision info. I don't like that. Oh, I hate that. This is very confused and old. I don't know where to put these. Why does this have hit confirm event? Why does it have damage confirm event? Oh. Character animated box special damage confirm event on hit confirm. So that's I successfully did damage to something. Okay, I suppose that's just its own thing. I'm going to keep these in the life component for now because I just feel like it's the safest place to put them. So we're going to do... and they should be all called like on shield broken, on poise check, on hurt confirm, on check deferred collision, on energy updated, on health updated. that's the first thing. Is standardize the names of all the events. Still working. Whoops. Ouchie. Okay, anyway. I don't think any problems happened. Okay, so now on life, we've got on reflex. So on reflex needs to happen instead of the shield. Hey, Madame Archie. Yeah, this is a slightly different check. I'm going to have to rewrite it. Bull is guard equals c.collision.collide.get.box type equals guard and hi, I'm doing very well. Thank you. Shield was struck says, let's just do this and call it guard was struck and just rename it. Red tape. What's an example of something you'd consider red tape? Oh, that's Raymond Cripps. I did not have any issues with anything like that, and nobody that I've worked alongside, no other developers that are Australian who I know who've received that grant have had any such issues. Raymond was part of the original cohort of people who were offered that grant. So he applied the first year that it existed, and then I applied the second year. And by the second year, I didn't see anything in the contract that even looked anything like that. There was one clause in the contract that reflected, it was to do with the fact that if you were going to sell your IP to a third party, that Screen Australia would have some sort of ability to say like, hey, we don't want you to do that. And that has mostly to do with the fact that like, because they are a government agency, if the government is affiliated with your project and then you sell your project to someone who's going to breach the terms of the contract that you set up, let's just say I'm making a game and it's a family friendly game, and then I sell it to someone and they want to turn it into like a hentai, gacha crypto game. Well, now the Australian government has funded a hentai gacha crypto game. So they want to be able to know who you're going to sell your IP to if you're going to do that. That was literally the only thing that I saw that could have any kind of like concerns in terms of like, they can't like, there was nothing really else. I had a lawyer look over it. My wife is also a lawyer. She looked at it. Hey, Barry Michael Doyle. Thanks for the raid. Welcome. Like, ultimately, if you're doing it for the right reasons, you won't have any issues with any of the things. Now, I'm not talking about hentai. I'm saying you shouldn't. I'm saying if you get your game funded by the government and then you want to turn it into a hentai game, they might not like that. In fact, if you, I'm not Greek, no. If you apply for the grant, you must have a lawyer sign off on the grant. Like you must engage a lawyer to help you facilitate the grant, particularly if you're hiring people as part of it. So there is, a lot of good red tape in that sense. Yeah. And you know what? The officers that I worked with, who were like the fund managers at the agency, really nice people. They're just gamers who want to support Australian games. Like the government is not trying to screw you over. Do you know what I mean? Like their whole job is to support the game industry. That's literally what they're there for. They are, put it this way, the government is like the federal government of Australia, and the one way or another, the government has agencies whose job it is to manage the culture of Australia, right? Screen Australia, its job is to make sure that money is being made inside of Australia in movies, in TV, and in video games. That's their job, because economically, we don't want people who are talented to go make that money elsewhere. We want it to come here, right? And Australia has there's a bunch of reasons why actually a lot of Hollywood movies get made in Australia right now, because we have tax breaks for people making creative things in Australia. So the government, as part of that, the government has like a certain amount of money set aside, that's taxpayer money, that they say, hey, we want to make sure that the future of the game industry is in good hands. We want to spend some money to make sure games get made here. And the people who apply for the job of giving that money out are just people who want to help make cool games in Australia. That's what their job is. And their job, like their success criteria, their like key performance indicators are that they spent the money. They are not concerned about like trying to take from you. They're trying to empower you as much as possible. Like if you get awarded $100,000 to make your game and you only spend 80, their response to that is, can you please spend the 20? We want you to spend the money, please. You know what I mean? It's not like, yay, we'll keep that 20. It's, oh no, please spend it. So the incentives are there for you to benefit from it, because you're doing something that the government wants you to do, which is make something creative. I know that feels weird, right? It feels weird because capitalistically it doesn't make sense. It's like, wait, I'm getting like free money to follow my dreams. But it's like, that's not like, if it was the free market, yeah, there'd be some investment, recoup, there'd be like, hey, like what do we get in return? But instead it's more like, well, this is kind of like a social, like the reason why we have taxpayer funds is to spend on the country. So in this context, you are the recipient of a responsibility, right? Like Australia is giving you money because it thinks that it's a good bet to give you that money because it'll benefit you, who is part of the Australian economy, right? Like receiving the money means you get to spend that money, right? That's the ultimate thing. Like Insignia has received like 135k in Australian grant funds. Those funds, like 50 of it have been spent on me in terms of my my wages, right? Paying myself a wage. But like 70 of it, 80 of it has been spent on giving other people jobs. So I get to help other people get into the game industry with that money. That's what they hope you do with it. You know, like that money got disseminated out, you know. It means that people actually got into the industry and they get to work in the industry because of that money. So it's not free money. You don't get to like take the money and run, because you want to have a good relationship with the agencies who give you that money so you can get more later. And assuming that you are doing what you're saying that you're doing, which is making a game, as long as you release the game, that's what they want, you know. It is confusing, because most things in life don't work that way. But it also makes perfect sense as long as you understand what the government's motives are in having a grant fund. Right, it's long-term investment, because we, as a country, we're not competing with each other. As a country, we're working together, right? We want more industry here. We want more jobs here. So how do you do that? You invest in it. I did have to register a company. Yep, that's right. Like that's money that was taken from taxes. It's going back in. It's like roads. It's like, well, why would you waste money on, you know, if you're like a government contractor who makes, you know, who paves roads, it's like you get free money to pave roads, you know? It's like, well, you don't get free money. You get the money that we as a country are paying you because we want roads. Same thing. We want games. To some extent, the government wants games. to some extent, Australia, it's a gamer. I'm going to turn the air on. One sec. All right, so guard was struck. Transform and E. Okay, the Collider and the Collide E. This is like if they're facing each other. I think that's actually true. If it's a forward attack and it's going the wrong way, it shouldn't really. Well, I don't know. What do I think about that? So if I'm here, should I be able to parry that way? Like, should I be able to face the wrong way and parry? What do you think? Not that I'm doing it right. It's again, comes back to the Simon Says thing. It's like, do I just give it to you because what else are you going to do? Well, we can always check. So, assuming that they're facing each other, this facing is a strange one. I guess because it can be facing backwards. If it doesn't have one, just return struck, which is false. Oh, I see. Well, that doesn't matter. And then shield blocked. If the attack tag has a collider and the defense tag has a collider, if the attack is attacking vulnerable up, vulnerable down, vulnerable forward, vulnerable back, yeah. So this up, down, forward, and back, I think we want something like this. And it's something like, if this is upswing and this is vulnerable up, this is the other way around. So let's have a think. On this thing, it doesn't need it because it's considered a ensign ability. Yeah, that's going to be a problem. And actually, it is a problem because in the game right now, if I parry this, now I have the ensign, yeah? If I try to parry it again, it won't let me because I've already got the ensign. So actually, that is broken, which this should hopefully fix. Like, the attack is still vulnerable, you know? Am I winning? I think so. Okay. So, let's do it. So we need to tag all attacks basically as, I guess backstep could just block everything unless it's tagged. So like, we need to swap these two. So first of all, it's guard tag is up, guard tag is down, guard tag is forward, and guard tag is back. And then we're checking if the attack tag is vulnerable, up, down, forward, or back. Or the alternative would be, you want to check if it is downswing. No, upswing. No. Yeah, actually that's right. Downswing. Upswing. These tags. Those are collider tags. I hate this tag. It should be comma separated or something like that. Is there a way to bring up the keybinds again? Yep. Press enter and then the cog in the settings menu, in the start menu. Wait, you can't start the crafting? It should just be the jump button to start, and then any button, any like jump, roll, whatever should do the bang, bang, bang. If you're in the middle of the game, though, I don't know. I'm not sure. I have to see what's happening. Do I have like direction here? Velocity, pivot, facing. I hate hard coding these. It's very bad. Yeah. Yeah, it's not good that I've done this. The problem is I don't have like an enum option. So I could add one, but that makes it a little complicated. Because they're base data types. So enum is not like float string. I can't just like... I know the backing type is going to be an integer, but we probably should do it. We probably should do it. All right. It's pretty deep. I mean, I have this whole system here and they copy and paste properties, and when I have to be able to clone them, and it's not easy, but and then I need to be able to enter the different property possibilities. I have to be able to, because we're authoring an enum here. So now it needs to be key value pairs or an array of strings, I guess, is the backing reference. But then can I store an array of strings as a property? Yeah. So like enum would be a new one. This is going to take me a while. Box properties. I'm going to have to go into focus mode for a bit. Sorry, chat. It's going to take me a little bit. And we're only got half an hour left. Okay. Box property. I assume it can serialize this. Mm. Can't do that. Gotta enable Copilot. Okay. Okay. Set property values. Was the difference between clone and set property values? Looks like I don't use this at all, so I'm gonna get rid of it. Data type equals p data type. Int val equals p int val. That just looks like we're copying. We're not gonna do that anymore. Okay. Dude, this is a hellscape, some of this stuff. This is some old code that I don't like anymore. The thing is, we're sort of like defining our own enum here. And when do we get to do that? It's really more like an array of strings. It's not an actual enum. It would be better if it was a real enum, but it's not because it's a user set. So it doesn't, it's not very nice. And in fact, the enum val is an integer, not an array of strings. Oh, this is ugly. No. This isn't going to work. I can't do it. I'm not going to support it. All right. Sheet goes away. Discard that. And properties UI. Wait, what? No, I'm not doing this. I'm not going to do it. All right. In the meantime, we still need to probably... It's probably best to... How am I going to do it? How am I going to do it? How am I going to do it? I still need to make these, like, limited. Sorry, one sec. I still need to be able to make this a drop down. I really do. I guess what I could do is pass like the name of an enum that I want to be able to select from in the preferences file here. So this just becomes... So I create a thing that is a type of enum and I give it the name, and maybe I use reflection to determine the values. And then the backing value of this is just an integer. That would be the right way to do it. So, okay, we're back to... So this is a data type. So p data type can be enum. And then in the properties UI, what is this? This is the preferences inspector. Prefs editor. Okay. Dude, this code is so bad. I can feel it. I can feel how bad this is. P data type, which comes from here. So actually, technically, I should be able to just, on a hitbox property, say, like enum. If I compile this, I could just make that enum. but it's currently not happy with me because I did something wrong. Dude, this is going to be all night. This is going to take me a long time. All right, so hitbox property, I can make an enum and I can say direction. But instead it would not be direction, it'd be like, I'd need to like make a global reference to a thing that's in the game. So like direction dot is arrow dot direction. Okay, so not that. Hitbox manager. Where would this live? Somewhere just global? Collider info. Are there such things as global enums? Can you make a global enum definition? Outside of a class. Oh, okay, you can kind of do it. So, like, I'll pop it in game system. Or like, can I just make like a new C# script that doesn't have a class associated with it? That's just got an enum in it? Wow, I totally can do that. Wow, it actually just compiled too. Okay, who knew? Probably all of us. Target preferences file. This becomes hitbox direction. Okay. So now when we are properties UI and we are drawing all the different types, this is so garbage. Holy shit. Adam, so bad. Dude. I could fix this so quickly. I'm not going to get distracted by it though. Okay. Use reflection to get the enum type from preferences. So using system.reflection. From global space. Okay. Which just means it's the int val that we change. Bro, look at this. How many ternaries are we going to do here? Bro, whatever. It works. It'll work. What do you need? Selected. Yes. Okay. Let's try it. Hitbox direction. So, backstep. Guard. More properties. Enum not found. Hitbox direction. We might need to compile first. Now, why can't that find it? The directory structure? Well, it's in the global scope, so it should be just wherever. It should just be accessible. That was the whole point. All right, I'm bringing you back, chat. One sec. There will be stuttering if the camera is zooming and you have fancy lighting turned on. You can turn it off in the settings and it won't stutter as much. Let's see if it was like, if I change this to, what's an enum that I know? Like pdata type. Dot get type. No. How do I do this? How do I test this? I could just ask it. I could ask GPT. Will this successfully find the enum type hitbox direction if that enum lives in the global scope? Oof. Find enum type? Okay. I trust you. I don't use assembly definitions, so everything's in the same assembly. Don't you worry. Assemblies? What's that? Hey, look at that. There we go. So if I look at this and then I look at how it's if I go look at the Explorer and then double click you and then oh baby, do I get an int val? 0. What if I change you to forward and then I save that? Oh baby, I got it. It worked. First try too. That was way easier than I thought it would be. That could have been a nightmare, but it works. So this is now a back hitbox, and now I don't need this to be tagged backstep, but I would have to go through every possible Retrobox animation in the game, look for tags, look for the tag backstep, replace it with a hitbox property called back. And I'm going to do that with all of them. And then back, down, up, all of them. I'm going to replace all of them. So let's first do this and say adds enum properties to Retrobox. And then update sheets. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm making a conversion script to run once. That's exactly what I'm doing. It's just usually I have a thing called update all sheets. Here, where's that live? Yeah, I'm just going to trawl through them all and then just find and replace. It's this here. So, for every sheet in the game, I don't know about the versioning. I might just ignore that. But for each group, for each layer, layers have a list of frames. I want to update the... I want to find properties. It's a little bit complicated. That's not necessarily what I want to do. So we have a sheet. Sheet has a groups, layers. Layers have frames. Frames. Where do the properties live? Frame data by ID. Frame data has the properties. So inside of each layer, I don't know what I'm doing here. What is G? This is just converting groups to layers. I think. I don't think I want to do this. No. It's good. It's good. For each layer, L in layers, and then for each box property, these are called frame. So I'm so deep in the weeds here. Sheet frame data. Frame data by ID lives inside of a layer. Okay. But actually, I probably just want to do the ID first. What is the ID? String. And then I want to say yeah, let's just do that for now. Convert, this is going to be called convert direction strings to enum. this frame data by ID is a class, which means it's a reference type, which means we should be able to save it just wherever the hell we want and it'll work. What is happening here? Right. Okay. So, what we're going to do, we're going to find the tags. Go through all of the box properties. Find tags named upswing, downswing, and backstep. If an enum property called hitbox exists, if not, props is a box props. What do you want to do? Key value pairs of string and box property. Why are you key value pairs of string and box property? What the hell? I've never seen that before. But this is props.s .tag .stringval. No. This has a property called tag. So instead, it's more like if, I'm getting there. If, no. Okay. if, oh my gosh, if fd dot props dot contains key tag. Hello. Yeah, but I've got to be working a lot tonight. All right, I'll have to chat. I'll have to pick this up tomorrow with you. I'm going to keep working on it tonight, but I'll see you all soon. I'm just going to finish what I'm doing right this second. Okay, if it contains the key tag, and then we can just say if this. We don't need this anymore. I think that's what the key value pair is. It's literally the name of the property. Then so if it matches the direction, that's right. If we have a key hitbox direction, then pdata oh god, this is so hard. Prop data. Box property P equals. If it exists, then that equals that. If P data type equals P data enum, P data type is not, oh yeah, then int val equals direction of tag, yes. Else retro.box property but it yes yes needs a data type. And that's going to set the name and the data type, which means I don't need to do this. The direction to enum value goes from that, and then that happens. Cool, that'll work. And then like save it. All right. Well, let's try it. We don't have anything in the thing other than the updater. So we're going to just compile this. Wait a second. You got an issue? No, you don't. I just literally have to finish this task and then we'll wrap up the stream. You want to try it? Fingers crossed. It's all of them. It's thousands of sheets. Go. $1,000 total sheets found. 2,600 sheets updated. That's very promising, isn't it? Wait. Hit box direction. Did I? Oh no. Lowercase. All right. We are renaming this. Or I just undo it all and then. I just capitalized the B when I shouldn't have done that. Hey, hey. Except it added also hitbox. I think maybe this is just this one. But then I'm not removing. Okay, one more time. Uh-oh. All right, chat. I gotta go. We know this is gonna work. It's no big deal. I've frozen Git, so that's fun. Let's find someone to read and get out of here. It was a fun stream, everyone. Oh, Jamie Pine. He builds cool stuff. Let's read him. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As always, I had a lot of fun. Hope you did too. You can wishlist Insignia on Steam right now if you're interested. And if you're not interested, then you can play the demo and then become interested and then wishlist it after that if you want. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time, bye-bye.